look and what an all, the atmosphere building very nicely here. Gorgeous, gorgeous evening. The skies are clear, the noise is fervent, the atmosphere frenetic. Colour and passion just oozing from the stands here. These fans love their football, and we're about to be dished up a feast of it. Is a monster matchup.
Well, the atmosphere, Peter, certainly doesn't feel like a friendly. We all know about the quality we have on show here, so I hope that the crowd demand as much as they can get, and I hope the players will oblige them.
So it's away we go then. So Jim, who would you identify as the key man in this fixture?
Well, Peter, this fella Reece James is one of the example of the glut of talent England has at its disposal in this position. He is the complete full-back, wing-back, just as good going forward as backwards. But in his case, I suppose it's all in the genes too, coming from such a strong footballing family.
Interesting. Nuno Mendes.
Hakimi.
Kvaratskhelia. That is good strength. Pedro Neto. James. Pedro, here's a shot! Keeper's not concerned by that.
There's just too much pressure on him in the entrance.
Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Bakul.
Hakimi.
Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Nice control. Great defending, strong and determined. That defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal. And it had to be. Fernandes. Cucurella. And here's Palmer. And it's Cucurella. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Barcola. changing the point of attack. Cucurella. Great run on the overlap here. Cucurella puts them all in. Hakimi. Barcola. Good ball, good take. It's Dembele! Oh, another save.
Dembele really must be thinking what more he could have done there. It's another inspired save.
Dealt with nicely by the defence. That's good play. Barcola. Is there any support? He might not need it. That was very necessary. Chance! And he comes up trumps again.
Another clever save from the keeper, Peter. He's pretty blinded.
LaLiga. James chooses to go cross-field. And it's Cucurella. Pedro Neto. Now it's Pedro. He's had a shot! Oh, terrific save from the keeper.
Really anticipated that well, didn't he?
Tries a shot! And again the keeper stands strong.
Well, the keeper saved his team again here, Peter, but he needs more protection from this defence.
Barcola. Now this could be a... Dembele! And the ball's come loose here. Split-second reaction.
Dembele is offering a right smile there.
Cucurella. Fofana. Fernandes. James. And it's James. Now it's Pedro Neto. That's very neat. James. Thumps it clear. It's gone out for a throw-in. Cucurella. Couldn't quite get enough on that.
He simply mistimed the header, and it was as if he knew it wasn't going to work out.
Mendes, over towards the opposite flank.
Fabian Ruiz.
Succumbs to the pressure. Correa. Caicedo. James. Tacho producing a good steal there, showing a good level of alertness. Hakimi, and it goes cross-field. Fabian Ruiz. James gets rid without sophistication. It's Ruiz. He's in, surely! He is just caressing the ball. And a chance! Oh, just lacked a decent finish.
Just wondering what was on his mind there. Should have put his foot right through it.
Nicely intercepted. Well, that is not the best ball. He offers an energetic look.
Yeah, he just didn't seem to get enough on the pass, Peter, did he?
Kvaratskhelia. João Pedro. Colwill. Caicedo. Fernandes. Moved on forwards. Fofana. And it's Palmer. Correa. It's run loose here. Dembele.
Fabian Ruiz.
Barcola. Caicedo. Ball is over the line. João Neves. Barcola. Pedro Barcola has got himself a free kick. Fofana gets good distance on it. James. And it's played forward. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto forwards and with intent. Barcola. Paris Saint-Germain have got it back and they'll have another go.
Fabian Ruiz.
Barcola. Hakimi.
Fabian Ruiz.
And here's it's Dembele! Marquinhos. João Neves. Sabani.
Fabian Ruiz.
João Neves. João Pedro. Correa. Fofana. Barcola. João Neves. James. Caicedo. James. Colwell. James. James. Shifted upfield. Pedro Neto. James. Now here's the delivery. Hakimi getting this one clear. So who's he picking out? Now it's Fernandes. And it's played in. Mendes can get it clear. Strong running down that left flank. It's really well manoeuvred. Caicedo did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. James carries the ball down the right. Well, it looked promising for a moment, but it came to nothing. João Neves. Hakimi looks to the other side. And it's Mendes. Oh, sweet feet. Fabian Ruiz. Oh, that's a clever-looking ball. Barcola. Bruno Mendes. Flashes it across. Fabian Ruiz. Bruno Mendes. Towards the centre.
They've certainly set out to cause a problem or two down that left flank. Look, it's the width that's providing this momentum, and they look set to further exploit. Gives the defence a decision to make, whether to go zonal or man-to-man now.
Spread out to the left. He is through here. Crossing. It's Park. João Neves wins the duel this time.
Fabian Ruiz.
Really are pushing their fullbacks forward now.
Aiming to do what?
Well, it's a case of engaging your opponents further up the pitch to take the sting out of opposition attacks. It's effectively a wide press.
What a throw in. Fabian Ruiz. He's had a shot! And that's off target.
But that always looked a little ambitious for me, but still, at least he had the confidence to take it on.
Chalobah. That's a throw. It's Hakimi. João Neves. Oh, good spread. Now it's Kvaratskhelia. Hakimi. Looking for a decent ball in. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Fernandes, defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man. Here's Palmer. Cucurella. He's got space here. Now it's João Pedro. João Neves, aim forwards. Now it's Barcola. you've seen, Jim, over the early moments of the game?
Well, neither side has really grabbed the initiative, I would say. Both must have come in with a view of not making any early mistakes. So we're seeing some conservatism here.
Now it's Pedro Neto. Hit into the middle. And it's hoisted clear. Takes the shot! That was no routine save.
That's very, very good. You can't ask for much more than that.
Tries to get it clear. Fernandez. And here's Palmer. Sweating.
I think those reactions say it all. He didn't wait for the support, and the chance is gonna beg him.
Caicedo. João Pedro. Played out wide. Cucurella puts the ball in. Cucurella. Oh, it's played into the area. He's having a shot! Trying. The outcome could so easily have been different.
James has taken on too much there. That isn't one of the areas he thrives in.
And he's there to clear it. And it's Fernandez. Nice physical challenge. Nuno Mendes. It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. Caicedo.
That will annoy the manager. They're making themselves too predictable here.
Well, that was a period of possession which carried just about no threat at all. João Pedro. And a foul? Yes, the referee's given it. Out to the left it goes. And here's Kvaratskhelia.
Kvaratskhelia really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
James. Good spell of possession this, but very little to show for it. Colwell gently done. Ball's gone out of play. Palmer. No foul, says the referee. Nuno Mendes shifted upfield. Palmer. Cucurella. Palmer. Chalobah. Aim forwards. Fofana. Palmer looks to get on the end of this. James. He's going to be disappointed with that. He is offering some sort of an apology there.
Well, that's down to a simple miscalculation. No more, no less.
João Neves.
Fabian Ruiz.
Played towards the other side. And it's Hakimi. Plenty of endeavour from either side, but not much of it in the vicinity of either goal.
Yeah, the tempo is strong and the game has flair and lots of potential for me.
João Pedro.
Fabian Ruiz.
Hakimi. Oh, it's come loose. Fernandes. Correa. It's all a little short of forward momentum, lacking thrust. Fofana. Correa. Palmer. Now it's Palmer. Palmer. Well, the defence proved infallible then. But that won't be the last they'll see of him. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Savani. Nuno Mendes.
Fabian Ruiz.
Out towards the flank. That's nice. Kvaratskhelia. Can he finish? Straight at the keeper.
Cola really looked as though he had chosen correctly then, and yet we quickly realised he hadn't.
Now what's he got in mind? And it's James. Oh, lovely feeding is such a good mover. That looks a foul. Yep, the referee's given it. Can he finish? What the effort.
That's unlucky. The idea was really smart for me. He's had a good go with it.
Savani is there, and he can get that clear. Fernandes. Palmer! Palmer! It's anyone's ball now. Back corner. Nuno Mendes. And it's Ruiz.
Fabian Ruiz.
And here's Dembele.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
Correa. Palmer. João Pedro. And here's Neto. Fernandes. Now then, the ball's come. Yes, great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. Caught him there, it's a free kick. That has been clubbed away. And it's Fernandes.
Pedro Neto.
Scalia. Mendes forwards and with intent. Ooh, delicate chip through. Fernandes. James.
Pedro Neto.
Caicedo. Chalobah. Fernandes. Moved on forwards. Hakimi gets across to intercept that. Sabani. Scalia. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz.
Pedro Neto.
Caicedo. Colwell. And it's played forward.
Pedro Neto.
Colwell. Chalobah. That's really well manoeuvred.
Fabian Ruiz.
Barcola. Hakimi. Scalia takes a shot.
Well, he doesn't need a second invitation, even from that range.
Needs a bit of penetration to go with all this possession. Chalobah. Chalobah, gently done. That's very disappointing, it has to be said. And we're not going to make any further progress now. James, forwards and with intent. Dembele. It's Dembele. Dembele. Kvaratskhelia. Great defending, strong and determined. And here's Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. Brilliantly cut out.
Paris Saint-Germain clearly are looking formidable down that left-hand side, the current supply route. Nuno Mendes clearly looking the key component now with the concentration on width. Really aren't convincing right now. It has to start in defence, but the whole team needs a wake-up call.
Played out to the right. Dembele and the shot! Caicedo. James. Chalobah. Barcola. And here's Dembele. It's Dembele! Oh, fine stop from the keeper.
I think he's done great there, both reading it and dealing with it.
Colwell with the clearance.
Caicedo. Over to the left. And it's Cucurella. Cucurella crosses.
Kvaratskhelia.
And here's Dembele. James shifted upfield. Marquinhos aim forwards.
Nuno Mendes.
James. Colwill. Palmer. Oh, they've seen lots of the ball. Time to go for it a bit of creativity and adventure.
Kvaratskhelia.
And the finish! And for a moment, time stood still.
Fernandes. Fofana. Caicedo. Fernandes. Caicedo.
Moved on forwards.
Nuno Mendes.
Good run down the right. Pedro Neto and a strong run down the right.
And it's James.
Pedro Neto in acres of space out wide. And here's Neto. And that's aimed into the middle. That's overhit. And it's played forward. And here's Barcola. Hakimi. Very nicely done. There are a few waiting for it. Played into the middle. Gets it away. Now it's Barcola. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia.
Fabian Ruiz.
Fernandes has given away a free kick. Ruiz. He's got options in the box if he gets his head up.
Fernandes.
Colwill. Chalobah, gently done. And here's Dembele. Hakimi. Lovely feet. Marquinhos. João Neves.
Barcola.
Fofana.
Chalobah.
Pedro Neto. James.
Pedro Neto.
James. João Pedro. Marquinhos. Hakimi. Sabani forwards and with intent. It's Ruiz. And here's Kvaratskhelia. Now it's Bock. Has a shot! Denied by an instinctive save.
Barcola actually didn't do an awful lot wrong, to be honest.
James, that's a delicate pass. Sabani cuts out the pass. Barcola. Well played, that has snuffed out the danger. Chalobah. Palmer. Fofana. Fernandes. Out of play. Barcola. Nuno Mendes. João Pedro. Pedro Neto. James. Pedro Neto. And he decides... Oh, what a climb! Moved on forwards. Barcola. Sabani. And he goes cross-field. And it's Hakimi. Fernandes. Palmer. Cucurella. Fofana. Palmer. Fofana. Palmer chasing after it. Hakimi, that's a good intervention. That was what he had to make in the face of danger that was growing. Barcola, shot a goal!
Well, to put it this way, he's probably made better decisions.
Fernandes. Fofana. Fernandes. Cucurella. Chalobah. That's really well manoeuvred. And that's well seen too. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Sabani chooses to go cross-field. Tries a measured ball. James shifted upfield. Caicedo. Hakimi. Sabani. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Expertly cut out, really nicely done. Colwell gets it clear. João Neves. Barcola. Hakimi ploughing through the middle. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest. Fernandes. Fofana, head over towards the opposite flank. And here's them, goes for a shot! Fernandes. James, aim forwards. Pedro Neto. pay off here.
Marquinhos tries to clear. Fernandes. And it's Caicedo. That's an excellent interception.
Paris Saint-Germain have a free kick.
Mendes. Saban. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. And here's Dembele. Dembele! Applies the finish! Oh, bang on target. James. Pedro Neto. He's having a look round. Now it's Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto climbs up big! A header, but again the same outcome.
Maybe they're trying to cash in on this, but someone has to up the quality here, both movement and delivery.
Neves. Marquinhos forwards and with intent. Fabian Ruiz. Played cross-field, changing the point of attack. Nuno Mendes. And it's Ruiz. Now who's going to be first to this? João Neves. Barcola. João Pedro. João Pedro. Palmer providing an outlet on that flank. He has found the way through. Nice and easy for the goalkeeper. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. Marquinhos. Looks to the other side. Half an hour played now. João Neves. It's Ruiz. Paris Saint-Germain can't seem to retain possession. Delivered in. And that's been repelled. João Neves. Out to the left it goes. Fabian Ruiz. That's a good ball. Barcola! And he should have done better, and he knows it.
Barcola is clearly kicking himself here. He knew that was a great opportunity.
Fofana shifted upfield. Caicedo. James. And here's Neto. Tacho cuts it out. Dembele. Barcola. The ball is loose and the chase is on. Now it's João Pedro.
João Pedro. That's really well manoeuvred. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. Barcola. Nuno Mendes. Hakimi. It's a promising run he's making on the right. Oh, that's neat. And it's Neves. Fabian Ruiz. Mendes chips it through. Correa clears it away. Fabian Ruiz picks one through. He's got it out. Pedro Neto. Chalobah. Fernandes. Fofana gently down. João Pedro. Caicedo. Moved on forwards. Marquinhos. Fabian Ruiz. Savani. Nuno Mendes. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. Hakimi. Kvaratskhelia. Vicious ball here. Hakimi looking to run onto it. It's an inviting looking ball, that. Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia played out to the left flank. Nuno Mendes with the cross. James. Pedro Neto. James. That is lovely. Looks across and plays it in. That has been knocked clear. It's played forward. Fabian Ruiz. Played towards the other side. Barcola. Kvaratskhelia. And here's Dembele. Hakimi plays it in. Caicedo. Spell of possession this, but very little to show for it. Fernandes. Chalobah. Palmer. Now he's wondering who wants it. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Oh, nice touch. And it's Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia spread out to the left. Pedro Neto. James. Correa. Palmer. play on the left-hand side here.
Palmer.
That's tidy.
Caicedo. Palmer. And it's Palmer. Fernandez.
Cleared away.
Kvaratskhelia. Dembele.
Now who's going to be first to this? Cucurella is sporting a guilty look after that.
Well, the pass wasn't good enough, and he knows it.
Nuno Mendes.
Barcola. João Neves. 0-0, but nevertheless a very decent game. Fofana. Now it's João Pedro.
Caicedo. Fernandez. Cucurella.
And here's Palmer.
Palmer.
Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. João Neves.
Savani.
Fabian Ruiz.
Barcola. Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia.
Oh, well played, he needed to get that right.
The defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. James is fouled. Colwell. James, and he goes cross-field. Palmer. Cucurella. Fernandez.
Pedro Neto. Showing good feet. Whistle's gone, that's foul. Ref's been lenient here. I doubt he'll get too many more chances. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz forwards and with intent.
And it's Hakimi.
Cross goes in there. Sanchez claims it. And the data passes. James. Pedro Neto.
Caicedo.
James. Pedro Neto. Lovely bit of skill.
Caicedo. Fernandez. Fabian Ruiz.
Did well to step in there. That was more than necessary.
Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Oh, it's the
Fofana, aim forwards.
Palmer. Cucurella.
Fofana. That's the throw.
And it's Cucurella.
Ah, such a clever touch. Plenty waiting in the middle.
Kvaratskhelia. João Neves.
Played cross-field, changing the point of attack. That's a dangerous... Great chance!
Palmer. Fernandez. Cucurella.
That's really well manoeuvred.
And it's James. James. He's got away. Pedro Neto.
We've got 5 minutes till half-time.
And here's Neto. Fernandez.
Cleared without complication. Out for a throw. Caicedo. That's a nicely weighted pass.
Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. And it's Hakimi. Now it's Barcola. Barcola,
And he's gone backward here.
Cucurella. Palmer.
It's all a little short of forward momentum, lacking thrust. It's a throw-in.
Hakimi. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia.
Well, that is a good ball to find him.
And here's Dembele. Proves too strong. Palmer. Cucurella. Palmer.
Fofana. Colwell.
João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. Barcola. And there's the shot!
Very speculative with little threat, if any, for the keeper.
Fernandez. Fernandez, gently done. Marquinhos shifted upfield, moved on forwards. Kvaratskhelia played out towards the right wing. That'll be a throw-in. Barcola turns and goes back. Out to the right. They're well cut out, no margin for error there at all. Cucurella. Fernandez. Palmer chooses to go cross-field. James. Caicedo. And it's Fernandez. Cucurella clipped into space. Chance for a shot! Oh, that was a brilliant save.
Palmer clearly thought he had the beating of the keeper.
They've played it short. That is lovely. Can he deliver? He is just caressing the ball. James crosses. Defending of the desperate variety. Decent progress down the left. Cross. That is good defending. It's been repelled. Fernandez. Palmer. Fernandez. He's in plenty of space here. Palmer. Goal kick. No. I stand corrected, it's a corner. It's a mighty effort! It will be living with itself. Neves. And here's Dembele.
Dembele really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
Palmer. Fofana shifted upfield. Neves tries making a foray down the right. Oh, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. And it's Palmer. Either side really getting hold of the ball. Fabian Ruiz. With officials showing that there will be 3 minutes of added time. Pedro Neto. Needs a bit of penetration to go with all this possession. Fofana. Palmer. That's a good run down the left. Whistle's gone, that's a foul. best of contact, given it wasn't the easiest of chances.
Well, by crossing the ball so quickly, I think this defence just can't get set to deal with it. I think deserved a better outcome than what we saw, but worth exploring more.
And it's played forward. Ooh, can he get onto this? Through. Palmer. Cucurella. It'll be a throw-in. Corner. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Caicedo wins the duel this time. Fernandes. He's gone for goal! Great effort, but no way through. Kvaratskhelia. A chance to play it in. And they've got a throw. It's Ruiz. And here's Dembele. Out to the left it goes. That looks a good cross. Colwell aim forwards. Cucurella. Can he latch onto this? Palmer puts a cross in. That's been won straight back. And the shot!
Caicedo made it all look so simple there before he invited his own complications.
Mendes. Mendes going full steam ahead down the left flank. James, head over towards the opposite flank. It's a good run down the left-hand side. Palmer. Fernandes. Cucurella looking to hit the byline here. That is a brilliant interception. Kvaratskhelia. There's the start of the second half. Both sides defensively robust up to now. Neves. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Hakimi. And here's Barcola. Shapes to shoot! Cucurella. João Pedro. Fernandes. Cucurella. Fernandes. That pass surprised everyone, and not in a good way. Barcola battling down that right flank. And it's Neves. Fabian Ruiz. Goes for goal! Lacking in accuracy.
Look, they seem set on a tactic that's not really yielding any results. You'd imagine they're targeting a weakness, but they look a weakness themselves.
Palmer. Palmer. Cucurella. Palmer. Fernandez. Caicedo. Now it's Palmer. That's tidy. Time to deliver. Fernandez. Up he goes! Oh, not the best of headers. Marquinhos forwards and with intent. Mendes have it back and can go again. Well, that is not the best ball, and he offers an apologetic look.
Clearly is miffed, having made the run and not get picked out.
Fernandez. Cucurella. Palmer. Cucurella. Caicedo. And it's James. James making good progress on the right-hand side. Pedro Neto. Oh, the ball's come loose here. Pedro Neto. And the shot! Deftly away. Pedro Neto elects to cross. João Neves. Fernandez. Pedro Neto. Fernandez. Pedro Neto. James. Nice control. Caicedo. And here's Neto. Pedro Neto. And that is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined.
Well, the box was just so congested there, Peter. There was absolutely no space to work with.
Now it's João Pedro. Caicedo. Delicate ball, and it needs to be. Now it's Pedro Neto. And it's James. And here's Neto. Pedro Neto. In by James. Marquinhos getting this one clear. Oh, that's neat. A chance to play it in. Fernandez. He's there to get it away. Cucurella. Pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Barcola. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. And he's going to be pulled back for that one. He has resisted the temptation to go to his pocket. It's just a stern lecture. That was travelling.
Fernandes. Fofana. Palmer. Cucurella. Fofana. Well, that was asking just too much of him. Barcola going full tilt down the right-hand side. Cucurella. Fernandes. Fofana. Palmer. Needs a bit of penetration to go with all this possession. And it's Palmer. He's found the way through.
It was hopeful, to say the least. You need more men inside the box, more movement, otherwise it's pretty much a waste.
No messing about, just bludgeoned away.
Fofana. Fernandes. Palmer. Cucurella. Fernandes. Cucurella. Caicedo. Fernandes. Caicedo. Fernandes.
It's run loose here.
Caicedo. Now it's Pedro Neto. Caicedo. Pedro Neto. Fabian Ruiz, gently done. Hakimi. Barcola. Caresses it through. Chalobah clears it away. James. Pedro Neto. James. Fernandes. James. Fernandes. Caicedo, played out towards the right wing. James. Oh, it's played into the area. Hakimi. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. That's really well manoeuvred. That has been cut short. Nuno Mendes. Zabani shifted upfield. Hakimi. Kvaratskhelia. It's really well cleared. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. The referee's awarded a free kick. And he has shown him a yellow card. Gets the shot away! Oh, he couldn't get hold of it. Palmer. Fernandes. And it's Cucurella. Cucurella. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola, aim forwards. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. Hakimi.
Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Over to the left. Looking for a decent ball in. Oh, lovely feed. He is such a good mover. That'll be a throw. Barcola. Palmer. João Pedro. James. Colwell. The pass has gone astray. João Neves. Hakimi. Barcola. Couldn't do a whole lot with it there. They could do with more sharpness in their passing. Fernandes. Cucurella. Palmer. Fofana. Looks to the other side. James is onto it in a flash. Fofana. Cucurella. Fofana. Palmer. Caicedo. James. And here's Neto. And it's James. And here's Neto. Plenty waiting in the middle. And it's played into the middle. Sabani. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. Noticeable change in the approach to defending here. Much more in your face.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful, Peter, that they don't allow their attempt to snuff out the threat now to turn into indiscipline.
And here's Neto. Very nicely done. Deflected behind for a corner kick. James with the short one. Mendes can get it clear. And it's Palmer. Picks it up out wide. Oh, smashing it! That is clearly not the outcome he wanted.
Well, you see what a difference it makes to have so many runners into the box. Makes life so much harder for that defence.
Marquinhos gently done. Cucurella. Good spell possession this, but very little to show for it. Pedro Neto, now he's off and running.
here's Dembele. Barcola. Hakimi receives it in a wide position. This might spell danger. Barcola. Hakimi. And here's Dembele. Dembele. Barcola. Palmer. Caicedo. Moved on forwards. João Pedro. And that's a throw. And it's James. And here's Palmer. Fernandez. Oh, good spread. Zabani tries to clear. There are a few waiting for it. In once more. João Neves. João Neves. Forwards and with intent. Dembele. Great defending, strong and determined. Chalobah. Still waiting for the game to take off here. 0-0. Fernandez. For a moment you felt that was going somewhere, but they'll have to go again. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. And it's Hakimi. João Pedro. Fofana. Cucurella. And it's played forward. Pedro Neto. And that's really good play on the right. He's driving forward. Fernandez. Probing pass. Mendes gets it clear. Fabian Ruiz. Scalia. Nuno Mendes. Scalia. And he cuts out the supply. Cucurella. Palmer. Cucurella. A little short of forward momentum, lacking thrust. Pedro Neto chasing after it. James. Pedro Neto. Palmer. Marquinhos. Hakimi. And he goes cross-field. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. That has been knocked clear. João Neves. James gets it away. It's gone for a throw-in. Zabani. And it's Mendes. Succumbs to the pressure. Mendes has been caught there, it's a foul. Hoisted clear.
Chalobah getting this one clear. Hakimi.
Oh, shooting chance! His reputation is better than what we've just seen.
Kukurea. And it's Palmer. Palmer. Oh, nice touch. Decent chance! And played it back swiftly. Barcola. Well, it just petered out. No penetration at all, having had a great deal of the ball. Palmer. Well, they've seen lots of the ball. Time to go for it a bit of creativity and adventure. Fabian Ruiz. Hakimi. So much has happened in this game, but still no goal.
Well, from an entertainment viewpoint, it's not the scoreline we would have wanted at this stage, although I'm not complaining about the commitment being shown. We've seen plenty of goal-mouth action.
And it's Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. And he's heaved it away. Oh, that's nice. Can he deliver? Nice physical challenge. Oh, he's found support out wide. Now it's João Pedro. Palmer. Now it's Dembele. Kvaratskhelia. Dembele. Barcola knocks it out wide. Pedro Neto. Caicedo shifted upfield. Barcola. João Neves. Pedro Neto does really well to win the ball there. James. Colwell. Caicedo. Hakimi aim forwards. Barcola! That's got him rattled. Kukurea. Palmer. Calmly anticipates. Kukurea is offering some sort of an apology there.
His teammates are really annoyed with that, you know, and they have every right to be.
Kvaratskhelia. There's the shot! Pedro Neto. James. Colwell. James. Fofana forwards and with intent. And it's Palmer. Kukurea. So who's he picking out? That's good play. Fernandez.
James plays it short. He's got options in the box if he gets his head up.
No, that's not going to find its target. Fernandez.
Goes for the shot!
He was berating his defence before making the save, and he's at it again now.
Saban.
Marquinhos.
Barcola.
João Neves.
And it's Neves.
Oh, this is a... Kvaratskhelia! Yeah, he's fouled him there. Well, you might think he got off lightly. It is just a verbal warning. Oh, it really is a finish of the highest order. The breakthrough arrives at last.
That was beautiful. Something close to genius.
Paris Saint-Germain have fired themselves in front.
Look, you can't deny that it's a blow, but this game is far from unsalvageable.
Caicedo.
Your impression so far, Jim?
Well, the time has arrived to start taking risks. They may well be happy just to level this.
Cross deflected over the goal line for a corner. Not pretty, but it gets the job done. Palmer. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. Palmer gets a crossing. Out to the left it goes. There's the header! A lovely header, but really it was all about the delivery.
Yeah, it all came from some really smart movement, Peter. But the defence let themselves down by not keeping him up. I think the boss might be abused.
And that has added a whole new complexion to the game.
Such a big goal, Peter. Just when the opposition thought they could turn the screw, they're back to square one again. The manager will be absolutely delighted with such a response.
And it's Neves.
So much time and space here. And he's certainly caught him there. It's a free kick. Now, this is interesting. He has already had his name taken once.
Yeah, well, they were exposed and vulnerable, and he knew he had to do something to prevent a goal then.
The referee has resisted the temptation to go to his pocket. It's just a stern lecture.
Well, he's asking for trouble, Peter, and with this urge to nibble away, I think the ref is spelling it out for him now.
Cross from Hakimi. And that's out of reach. Pedro Neto.
Caicedo. Palmer. Cucurella. Palmer. Fernandes. Now it's João Pedro. Fernandes.
Over to the left. Hakimi can get it clear.
And it's Caicedo.
That's very neat. Fernandes.
Scalia. Barcola.
Hakimi.
Caicedo.
Pedro Neto.
Caicedo. Colwill.
Good spell of possession this, but very little to show for it. Moved on forwards. That's a throw.
Kvaratskhelia. Barcola.
Well, that's surely a foul. Free kick. Just a talking to, I think. Yes, it is.
James clears it away. And it's Mendes.
Looking for a decent ball in.
Fernandes, gently done.
Zabani gets over and intercepts.
Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia.
João Pedro.
And it's James. Caicedo.
Played back to the goalkeeper.
Caicedo. Now it's Schwab, and he shoots!
Oh, denied! Brilliantly!
João Pedro really must be thinking what he has to do to score there.
João Pedro.
Fernandes.
Pedro Neto.
Kvaratskhelia.
He's pulled him up for that challenge. Well, the referee has made it pretty clear now that this is his last chance.
Well, he knew what he was taking on there, Peter, and special delivery from the ref.
And it's Ruiz.
Kvaratskhelia! It's off target and by quite a way. That's really well manoeuvred.
Palmer. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Saban. Fernandez.
João Pedro.
Caicedo. Cucurella. Fernandez. Cucurella. And he's managed to get free.
Tacho gets rid without sophistication.
And it's Caicedo. Palmer. Back into the middle. Cucurella picks it up now. Steaming on goalwards. It's a loose ball.
Cross deflected behind for a corner. James goes short. A chance to play it in.
Plays it across. And he's dealt with that well. Cucurella. Well-timed, excellent interception. Hakimi.
Marquinhos.
Searching pass he's played there. Nuno Mendes.
Oh, that's a foul. Free kick's been given. And he is going into that little black book. Pedro Neto. João Pedro.
Kvaratskhelia. And it's James. Oh, it's Dembele.
He's making a real surge on the left.
Great defending, strong and determined. Colwell. Caicedo. James.
Pedro Neto. James. And here's Neto. James shifted upfield. He's shooting!
He's missed, but not by that far.
Yeah, he may have snatched it down a bit, even though it was quite close.
Played cross-field, changing the point of attack. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. Oh, easy pickings there. James.
Needs a bit of penetration to go with all this possession.
Fernandez. Moved on forwards. Palmer is onto it in a flash. Fernandez. Cucurella.
And here's Palmer.
And it's Cucurella.
There are a few waiting for it.
Shoots! And a terrific save from the keeper.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played.
Much defending, but that'll do. Oh, it's come loose. Dembele. Good purposeful running this. Looking here to chip it through. Kvaratskhelia. Colwell, gently done. Cucurella. Fernandez, forwards and with intent. Palmer. Can he get onto this? Oh, Red, nice interception. Pacho. Fabian Ruiz. Pedro Neto. Caicedo. Played towards the other side. Now it's João Pedro. Spread out to the left. And it's Cucurella. Cucurella. Now here's the delivery.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
Hakimi, and it's lofted through here. Caicedo. Fofana, aim forwards. João Pedro. Fernandez. Caicedo. James chooses to go cross-field. Cucurella. Palmer. Fernandez. Cucurella. Fernandez. João Pedro. Chalobah. Nuno Mendes. Savani. Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz. Played over towards the opposite flank. And here's Barcola. And it's Hakimi. Delivered across. A corner it is then. And he's there to clear it. And going for a throw. Cucurella does really well to win the ball there. Fernandez. Palmer. Fernandez. João Pedro. Caicedo. Pedro Neto. 75 minutes played. Caicedo. Now it's Pedro Neto. Plenty waiting in the middle. Cleared away.
Well, there's no doubt that they want to win this, Peter. They have to maintain the energy and dynamism until the very end, though.
His positioning was spot on. Nuno Mendes. And here's Dembele. Kvaratskhelia. It's Ruiz. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Hakimi. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. And here's Kvaratskhelia.
Paris Saint-Germain really can't be faulted for their attitude, and if they go on to win this, it'll be fully deserved.
Fernandes. Cucurella. And here's Palmer. Now it's João Pedro. Pedro Neto. Both sides a bit too casual in possession. Palmer. Fernandes. Palmer. Fernandes. Palmer.
Oh, sweet feet. Played diving header! They've done it! It was coming! They have their reward! Spectacular header. He really flung himself at that.
He had a decision to make, and he got it bang on. You can't beat a diving header.
So we have a breakthrough. Now how will things develop from here?
Well, they're very much the better team at the moment, Peter, and no doubt will be looking to cause even more damage here.
James makes the interception.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
João Pedro. Tacho wins the duel this time.
They may end up with some regret with this tactic, but you have to admire their commitment to goals.
Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia! And that could come back to haunt them.
Well, it's certainly encouraging, Peter. At least they're going about things the right way after falling behind.
Tries to get it clear. Barcola. João Neves. And a reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary. The referee's given a throw.
Well, there's plenty to like about this approach. Get your head down, keep battling away, and eventually things might change for you.
Played out to the right.
James. Caicedo. And it's Cucurella. Nice interception, well timed.
I think the message here is quite clear, Peter. They want another one and will seemingly keep going until they get it.
Palmer. Chalobah. James. Pedro Neto. Caicedo. Colwill. Chalobah. And it's played forward. Savan. And here's Dembele. That is It's a little undercooked.
Paris Saint-Germain really might just end up kicking themselves after that. That could well have been it.
Fofana. Moved on forwards. Pressing's intense, and it's paid off.
Paris Saint-Germain really are showing all the necessary urgency, but it's potency they need.
Caicedo. Oh, nicely intercepted. Pedro Neto. That has found him in acres of space. Hakimi attempts clearance. Lovely bit of skill. Fernandez. And here's Palmer. Good chance here. Herring after. Could be danger here.
They may end up with some regret with this tactic, but you have to admire their commitment to goals.
Marquinhos forwards and with intent. Caicedo. Fernandez. Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Pedro Neto. James. Chalobah. Mendes. Now it's João Pedro. Pedro Neto. Caicedo. James. Will play through for the white man. Pedro Neto. Played in with purpose. Gets it away. And reclaimed it in a trice. Caicedo. Up towards the flank.
They may end up with some regret with this tactic, but you have to admire their commitment to goals.
And it's Hakimi. Barcola, foot in.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
Really well manoeuvred. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. João Neves. Great defending, strong and determined.
Well, there's plenty to like about this approach. Get your head down, keep battling away, and eventually things might change for you.
Fernandez. And it's Cucurella. Palmer. Cucurella. Palmer. Fernandes. Fernandes, made into space.
I think the message here is quite clear, Peter. They want another one and will seemingly keep going until they get it.
And he has been fouled there.
Fernandes. Chalobah. Colwill. James. Colwill. James. Now it's Pedro Neto. And here's Neto. Now what about this cross?
Defending of the desperate variety.
And it's played in here. Get a throw in.
I think the message here is quite clear, Peter. They want another one and will seemingly keep going until they get it.
Kvaratskhelia gets a cross in.
Paris Saint-Germain really might just end up kicking themselves after that. That could well have been it.
Colwill. Pedro Neto.
Hit into them. Oh, what a climb! Couldn't quite control it.
You really could have done with engaging those crosses much higher up the pitch there. This isn't good defending.
Played cross-field, changing the point of attack. Savani. Mendes.
Oh, it's a searing run. He is a man on a mission. That's a good block, but at the expense of a corner.
Fernandes
With the clearance.
And it's Hakimi. And here's Barcola.
Paris Saint-Germain really are showing all the necessary urgency, but it's potency they need.
That's clear cut. It's a free kick.
Cucurella. Fernandes.
I think we're just about done here.
Pedro Neto.
Just 5 minutes left.
Fernandes. Caicedo. Palmer.
And that's a fine challenge.
This usually is the time teams go into conservation mode.
Barcola.
One good cross, maybe the last chance. Dembele hits it! That's caused a worry or two.
He looks a little annoyed with himself, Peter, but he couldn't well enough. Better look next to him, maybe.
Caicedo. And it's James.
Showing good feet. Time to deliver.
James crosses.
He's there to get rid. And it's been taken short. Aimed in towards the centre. And that's been well dealt with.
Fernandes.
Cucurella puts them all in. And they've got rid.
Palmer.
Here's Fernandes. Over to the left. Lovely feet. Cucurella, and that's aimed into the middle.
Caicedo. Fernandes. Caicedo.
Pedro Neto. He is just caressing the ball.
Caicedo. Palmer.
Cucurella tries to charge, surely! Mendes can get it clear. James opts to play it back. No way through, so back it comes.
Well, it's probably safe to say now, Peter, that it's going to be all about game management from here.
And it's Dembele. It really is now or never. They need a goal, however it comes.
Paris Saint-Germain really don't have a choice now. They just have to throw it.
That's a foul, no two ways about it. You knew what was coming, that's a yellow card.
Fofana. Fernandes.
Palmer. Great work on the overlap. Fernandes. Fernandes gets a cross in. And the volley. Just couldn't stay down for him. Marquinhos looks to the other side. Pacho. João Neves. Marquinhos. Hakimi. Now, where's he looking? Fabian Ruiz. Paris Saint-Germain have to get it into the box. Real chance!
Paris Saint-Germain really can only do one thing now, Peter. Get the ball up front, make sure it sticks, and sustain some pressure.
Pedro Neto.
Now he's off and running. Savani.
João Neves.
Kvaratskhelia.
And it's Mendes. Cross to the back post.
I thought it was going to happen then. How many more chances can they realistically expect now?
Palmer. Fernandes. Caicedo. Fernandes.
Fofana. Cucurella, who has set up 2 goals. Serves up a bullish header! And the header is disappointing in the end.
Paris Saint-Germain, well, the manager clearly has to react to this and tactically change what's happening. It's too easy for them to get in.
Marquinhos, and it goes cross-field.
Look, their supporters must be going balmy about this because there's no sense of purpose in what we're seeing. I think we're about to see a frenetic finish, and no half measures from here.
Fernandez. Colwill. Caicedo. Fernandez. Chalobah shifted upfield. Palmer. Fernandez. Palmer in acres of space out wide.
This usually is the time teams go into conservation mode.
Played towards the other side. Oh, can he get onto this? Saban. Kvaratskhelia. Now this could be a chance. James. Pedro Neto. James. This approach does pay off here. And it's Dembele. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. Paris Saint-Germain desperately need a goal, and this could well be their last chance. Barcola played out towards the right wing. They need to get it in quick. Cleared away. João Pedro. Palmer. He's looking at the referee. The referee is shaking his head. It's Dembele. Paris Saint-Germain cannot afford for this to peter around. There just isn't time left. Danger. They've for now. That's the throw. Of the last clutch, he'll steps in. Colwill. Fernandez. Aim forwards. Well, that's well seen too. Saban. Fabian Ruiz. And it's Mendes. Very necessary. Into stoppage time, very little left on it. Barcola. So time, it takes the shot! João Pedro. Fofana. James. Caicedo. Pedro Neto. Caicedo. Mendes gets across to intercept that. Fabian Ruiz. And it's Dembele. Barcola. Paris Saint-Germain desperately need a goal, and this could well be their last chance. Fabian Ruiz. And it's Dembele. He can get that clear. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. Cucurella. And he thumps it clear. Here's Barcola. João Neves. It is now or never. Time is against them. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. It's really well played. Nuno Mendes. Saban. Fabian Ruiz. Dembele.
João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. Whistle's gone, and they've got themselves a free kick.
Look, Peter, what they need now are cool heads and discipline, and instead it looks like they've got a liability in their side. Conceding free kicks in areas like that are an invitation to the set-piece technicians. They have to cut this out.
And it's Cucurella. Always onto this. Now it's Palmer. Can he deliver? Oh, that's nice. Chooses to go back. Now it's Palmer. Takes a shot. Good first touch and almost as good a second.
Oh, that's a great effort. There was very little backup to indicate what was coming.
Played cross-field, changing the point of attack. Here's Barcola. João Pedro. Fernandes. Palmer. Cucurella. Chalobah. James. Pedro. Fernandes. Barcola. Dembele. Barcola. That has found him in acres of space. Here's the chance to cross. Oh, well played. He's taken that really cleanly. Caicedo. Colwell, gently done. Pedro Neto. João Pedro. Oh, well measured. Takes a shot! Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Caicedo. Referee looks at his watch and blows his whistle. What a terrific response it was to adversity. What a fantastic game from those players. What unity, what joy. That was so very, very good. How would you summarise what we've seen today then, Jim?
This was a fantastic display, Peter, of expansive football. They stretched their opponents at every given opportunity, and they ran them.
There's the whistle, and here we go. Cucurella. Fernandes. Pedro Neto. Fernandes. Caicedo. Fernandes. Good play. Plenty waiting in the middle. Pedro Neto. Outshot. Goes for a shot! Hakimi. Barcola. Marquinhos. Fabian Ruiz. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes.
Here's Kvaratskhelia. And the shot! Palmer. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Kvaratskhelia. It's the Dembele! Oh, surely that deserved better.
He did well there, held his run enough to ensure he didn't stray offside.
Well, that was a period of possession which carried just about no threat at all. Zabalny. Kvaratskhelia. Pacho. Kvaratskhelia. Now he's off and running. Correa. Palmer. James. Pedro Neto. Caicedo. Fernandez. Pedro Neto. Crossed into the middle. Marquinhos can get it clear. Fernandez. Palmer. Fernandez. And it's Correa. Pedro Neto. And it's played into the middle. And that has been... And it's been taken short. Correa. He can get that clear. Fofana. Palmer. Correa. Great run on the overlap here. Aimed in towards the centre. That should be the goalkeepers, and it is. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Zabalny. Kvaratskhelia. Pressing's intense, and it's paid off. James. Palmer. Colwell. Pedro Neto. James. Caicedo. Fernandez. Correa. And here's Palmer. And it's Palmer. Dembele. Fabian Ruiz. Zabalny. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. That was good pressing, forced the error to put an end to it before things could get even more threatening. Caicedo. Palmer. Correa. Caicedo. James. Proves too strong. Zabalny attempts a clearance. And it's Caicedo. And the ball's come loose here. That's very neat. Referee's had a good look and given a corner. They've played it short. Caicedo opts to play it back. Caicedo, and he has been fouled there.
Well, I think the alternative was to stand there and do nothing while he tried to score, and obviously he's not going to allow that, Peter, is he?
Well, you might think he got off lightly. It is just a verbal warning. It's a loose ball. And it's Caicedo. Caicedo. James. He's going to be disappointed with that. Fabian Ruiz. Sabani. Nuno Mendes. Approach does pay off here, and he's certainly caught him there. It's a free kick. João Neves. Paris Saint-Germain have got it back and they'll have another go. Oh, that's neat. Fabian Ruiz. And the shot! Fernandes. Palmer. Chooses to go cross-field. And it's James. Caicedo. Fernandes. Oh, shooting chance! He's missed, but behind that goal.
Well, that's confidence for you. Distance doesn't even bother him.
Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. Marquinhos. Caicedo. Fernandes. Cucurella. And here's Palmer. And that's aimed into the middle. Zabani forwards and with intent. Nuno Mendes. Could go all the way here. Mendes. Oh, it's played into the area. Chalobah can get it clear. Mendes with an air of confidence about him, a certain swagger.
Well, I thought that run had balance and control, skill and strength, the sort of desire we hope will spread.
Pedro Neto.
Caicedo. Nuno Mendes.
Fabian Ruiz.
João Neves.
Hakimi.
Barcola. Nuno Mendes.
Oh, such a clever touch. Now, who's going to be first to this? Danger averted for now.
João Neves.
Fabian Ruiz.
Scalia.
Fabian Ruiz.
That is...
Goes for the shot!
And that's off target.
He just didn't catch that one right, and he knows it.
Caicedo. Cucurella.
Who's he going to play in?
Alex Fernandez. Caicedo. Palmer.
That's tidy.
Fernandez. James.
Knocks it out wide. Palmer. Produces a cross. Chalobah makes the... That's a foul. A simple decision for the referee. Now it's Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. João Pedro charging forward, the ball at his feet. And it's Cucurella. Nice touch.
Fernandez.
Anything, Jim, to pick out of these early exchanges?
Well, neither side has really grabbed the initiative, I would say. Both must have come in with a view of not making any early mistakes. So we're seeing some conservatism here.
Caicedo.
Pedro shoots!
His reputation is better than what we've just seen. Paris Saint-Germain, but Peter, looking for...
Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. And if you have just joined us, still just one goal between them. 1-0 the score. João Pedro.
Cucurella. Palmer.
And it's Cucurella. Showing good feet. Succumbs to the pressure. Cucurella showed plenty of zest in getting to the ball, but couldn't quite sort it out.
Palmer. Colwill. Caicedo.
James,
Over towards the opposite flank. Fernandez. And the finish! No attempts, just the wrong outcome.
Well, he looks a little annoyed with himself, Peter, but he hit it well enough. Better look next time, maybe.
Mendes. Neves. Kvaratskhelia played out to the left flank. Fabian Ruiz. Oh, that's a very... Bakula! Oh, nearly is nothing.
Very speculative with little threat, if any, for the keeper.
Caicedo. That's really well manoeuvred. Pedro Neto. And it's James. And here's Neto. A chance to play it in. Pedro Neto. Oh, this is a great chance to shoot. Chance again. No.
Well, the breakthrough hasn't come yet, Peter, but you do feel they're up in the ante here. They'll get their reward if they can stick at this.
Neves, Fabian Ruiz, Hakimi, Fabian Ruiz, clearly not happy with that. James, Palmer, Fernandez. Great defending, strong and determined. Barcola, Caicedo does really well to win the ball there. Colwell. Caicedo. Pedro Neto. Played towards the other side. Palmer. And it's Fernandez. Caicedo. Swept in. And he's there to get it away. Hakimi, João Neves, Bakula, Nuno Mendes, Fabian Ruiz, James. And it's James. James. Hit into the middle. Up he goes! And again!
I'll tell you, Peter, the keeper owes him big time there. He's lucky his mate was wide awake to that.
Kvaratskhelia. Pedro Neto wins the duel this time. Palmer. First quarter of an hour gone. Pedro Neto. Caicedo. Fernandez. Caicedo.
Now it's João Pedro. Played out to the right. Played into the middle. Header! And he has kept it out somehow.
João Pedro is offering a right smile there.
No way through there.
Palmer. Cucurella. Caicedo. James. And here's Neto. And he whips it across. Tacho gets it away. And it's James. Caicedo. Fernandez.
Can he finish?
That's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the turn.
Pedro Neto.
And it's Caicedo. James.
Yeah, he's offering an apology for that. He needed to deliver a better ball.
Hakimi. João Neves. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia.
Fabian Ruiz.
And here's Kvaratskhelia. And that has been clubbed away. Cucurella. Fofana.
And that's put paid to a promising move. It's a promising run he's making on the right.
Cross goes in there. Fernandez. Field, changing the point of attack. Fernandez. James.
Pedro Neto.
Fernandez. Just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested.
Well, for me, Peter, I think it's all too pedestrian and slow. They need a large injection of purpose now.
Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. James.
Pedro Neto.
James. Looks to the other side. Palmer. Caicedo. Well read, and the danger is averted.
Fabian Ruiz. Hakimi. Barcola. Kvaratskhelia. Out to the left it goes. Not pretty, but it gets the job done. Pedro Neto. Oh, great run, magical!
Oh, that's well done, really robust.
James. Diving header! Now that was a full-blooded header.
João Pedro instinctively knew that it was his best option. The planning beat the execution, though.
Hakimi. And it goes cross-field. Nuno Mendes. It's Ruiz. Out towards the flank. Lovely bit of skill. Colwell can get it clear. Mendes. Now here's the delivery. Pedro Neto shifted upfield. Fabian Ruiz. João Pedro. Oh, good spread. James. And here's Neto. It's a clearance, but not much of one. He's having a shot! That was superb goalkeeping.
João Pedro really must be thinking what he has to do to score there.
Tries to get it clear. And here's Palmer. Over to the left. Aimed in towards the centre. Tacho gets it clear. And it's Cucurella. And here's Palmer. Pedro Neto. Hakimi. João Neves. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. João Pedro. James. Colwell. Caicedo. Palmer chasing after it. Fernandes, who does have an assist to his name. Played into space out wide. And it's claimed by the keeper. Kvaratskhelia. And here's Dembele. Kvaratskhelia. Strong running down that left flank. Expertly cut out, really nicely done. Fernandes. Cucurella. And it's Palmer. João Pedro. Nicely intercepted. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia.
João Neves. Barcola. Played out wide. Lovely feet. Cucurella. And it's Palmer. Cucurella going full tilt down the left. Good play through for the wide man. Half time, excellent interception. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz, aim forwards. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. Oh, sweet feet. Nuno Mendes. It's a mighty effort! That's caused a worry or two.
Dembele is clearly kicking himself here. He knew that was a great opportunity.
Crossfield changing the point of attack. And it's Ruiz. Barcola. And that's a goal kick. Chalobah. Fernandes. Fofana looks to the other side. Fernandes. James. And it's played forward. He's in plenty of space here. Oh, lovely feet. He is such a good mover. Caicedo. Hit into the middle. João Neves, gently done. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Palmer. And it's Cucurella. Fofana. Palmer looks to get on the end of this. Out for a throw. Great defending, strong and determined. Marquinhos. Kvaratskhelia. The cross comes in. Oh, smashing header! And the header is disappointing in the end.
There's some good movement inside the box, and no shortage of targets here.
Moved on forwards. Palmer. Cucurella. Palmer. Fernandes. Caicedo. James. That looks a bullish header! Denied by an instinctive save.
Well, someone's doing his job properly, Peter, that's for sure.
And it's Hakimi. Oh, that's nice. Now it's Barcola. Barcola. Fofana did just about enough to come out on top there. Neither party overly willing to compromise. Pedro Neto.
Well, that was well positioned and well pitched. They can't hurt with their backs to go.
Fernandes. Pedro Neto played out towards the right wing. Calmly anticipates. And that's a foul. Free kick's been given. That was travelling. João Neves. Scalia. Nuno Mendes. João Neves. Scalia. Fabian Ruiz. He's got to be it. Dembele hits it! James. And here's Neto. Well, that's surely a foul. Free kick. Sabani. Nuno Mendes. João Neves. Midway through the first period, and it's looking quite a game here. And it's Cucurella. Palmer. Fernandes. And here's Palmer. Barcola. Dembele gets himself into trouble and he's lost it. Fernandes. Palmer. Palmer providing an outlet on that flank. That's a good block, but at the expense of a corner. Keeper's dealt with that. Dembele gets into a good position, but he may need to hold things up a little. And here's Kvaratskhelia. James with a fine tackle. João Pedro Neto. Caicedo. Palmer. Tacho does really well to win the ball there. Kvaratskhelia, gently done. João Pedro. He's pulled him up for that challenge. And that's going to be a good kick. They've got rid. Fofana. Cucurella. Cross deflected behind for a corner. Hakimi. Marquinhos. And it's Hakimi. Fernandes. Fofana. Palmer. Cucurella. Good play on the left-hand side here. Nice control. Cucurella. Cross in, looks like a good one. He is just caressing the ball. Short changes. He's gone for goal!
Well, he doesn't need a second invitation, even from that range.
Barcola. Fabian Ruiz played with finesse. Crossed into the middle. Keeper has taken decisive action. Goes down, but nothing. He's had a shot! No, not quite.
They're probably getting frustrated by the lack of chances, I suppose.
Played towards the other side. Cucurella. And it's Palmer. Palmer looking to get on the end of this. Palmer. Oh, it's played into the area. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Too much pressure, and he's lost the ball. Whistle's gone, that's a foul. And it's Mendes. Very nicely done. Nice physical challenge. João Pedro. Well, that is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. Cucurella. Fernandes. Palmer. Caicedo. Cucurella. been cut short. Hakimi shifted upfield. Kvaratskhelia. And it's Hakimi. Fernandes. James.
Pedro Neto.
Colwell over towards the opposite flank. Palmer. James.
Pedro Neto.
Caicedo.
Pedro Neto.
Fernandes. Palmer. No way through, so back it comes. Fernandes. And it's played forward. And he's found the way past. Barcola. Hakimi picks it up now. Now it's Barcola. Palmer. Chalobah. Fofana. Cucurella. Palmer. Fofana. And it goes crossfield.
Pedro Neto.
He's onto it in a flash. Caicedo.
Pedro Neto.
And it's James. James. Now it's Pedro Neto. That is lovely. Fernandes. Knocks it out wide. And he's heaved it away and reclaimed it in a trice. Fofana. James. Played towards the other side. Saban. Kvaratskhelia.
Fabian Ruiz.
Hakimi. Barcola. Hakimi plays it in. Chalobah is there and he can get that clear. Palmer. Good spell of possession this, but very little to show for it. Fofana. Cucurella. Fofana. Palmer. Fernandes.
Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto.
Tries making a foray down the right. Barcola. Hakimi. Nuno Mendes.
Fabian Ruiz.
And it's Mendes.
A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary.
João Pedro. Fofana. Chalobah. Caicedo. Fernandes. Chalobah forwards and with intent. Fernandes. Palmer. Cucurella. This looks promising. Savani. Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Nuno Mendes. And here's Kvaratskhelia. And it's Mendes. Tries to cross. Fabian Ruiz. And here's Dembele. That was nicely by the defence. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. Oh, it's Dembele. Fernandes. João Pedro. Pedro Neto. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. It's good running with the ball, and it's Dembele. Barcola. Barcola! Hakimi has been caught there, it's a foul. Gets the ticking off and needs to be very careful now.
Well, I think the referee would have told him to rate it in or suffer the consequences.
Chalobah attempts a clearance. Such a clever touch. João Neves. Tries a deft little ball. Fofana getting this one clear. Pedro Neto. Palmer. Fernandes. Palmer. João Pedro, spread out to the left. There are a few waiting for it. And that was very necessary. There's Cucurella. That's very neat. That's a dangerous chance! Decent enough try.
Caicedo usually is so good from that range. He didn't quite connect as he can though.
Hakimi. Marquinhos. Nuno Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. There's the shot! Pedro Neto. That's really well manoeuvred. It's all a little short of forward momentum, lacking thrust. Fofana, early ball out from the back. Fernandes, aim forwards. Palmer looking to run onto it. Mendes clears it away. Very nicely done. It's Caicedo. James, and that's aimed into the middle. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. Lovely feet. corner. Cross it goes. Gets it away. Pedro. Caicedo. Fernandes. James. Into the final 5 minutes of the first half. Fernandes. Now it's Pedro. Big chance! Another big chance that gets away. Fabian Ruiz. Neves. Pedro thinks one through. Pedro Neto finds himself offside. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia. Caicedo with a definite foul there. Just a talking to, I think. Yes, it is. Tries to get it clear. Colwell. Lofted upfield. Sabani. João Neves. Wins the duel this time. João Pedro. Caicedo. Pedro Neto. And it's Caicedo. Fofana. Fernandes. Done delicately. Can he latch on to this? Cleared away. Out to the left it goes. And that has been cleared. Oh, it's come loose. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. He whips it across. Hakimi. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. Oh, easy pickings there. Caicedo. Fernandes. Cucurella. Palmer. Cucurella. Palmer. Cucurella. Caicedo. The referee's awarded a free kick. Well, he knows very well that he is already walking a tightrope. Well, the ref's been lenient here. I doubt he'll get too many more chances.
Well, he's asking for trouble, Peter, and with this urge to nibble away, I think the ref is spelling it out for him now.
He's had a shot! Split-second reaction.
That's very, very good. You can't ask for much more than that.
James, ball's short. Flashes it across. Get a throw in. James. Corner. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. Fofana. Cucurella. Fofana. Palmer. João Pedro.
Well, there's resilience for you, Peter. As a side, they never lost focus despite the setback, and this is thoroughly merited. For me, now they can go one better, possibly.
Pedro Neto. Over to the left. Palmer. It's Dembele. Nuno Mendes. 4 added minutes on the board. He is just caressing the ball. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. He's cut it out. Palmer. Now it's João Pedro. Cucurella. It's a good run down the left-hand side. Palmer. Now then, the ball's come loose. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. That's really well manoeuvred. Well played. That has snuffed out the danger. Fofana. Fernandes. Fofana. Crossfield, changing the point of attack. Caicedo. Fernandes. Cucurella. Can he get onto this? Palmer. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. And here's Dembele. That is such a strong. Fernandes. Palmer, now he's off and running. Marquinhos. Space. Can he deliver? João Neves. Lovely bit of skill. Into stoppage time, very little left on it. Great defending, strong and determined. Marquinhos. Bocora, played into the middle. Colwell chooses to go cross-field. That'll be a throw. Palmer does really well to win the ball there. Fernandez shifted upfield. Out to the left it goes. Well, that's well seen too. João Neves. Marquinhos. Nuno Mendes. Mendes going full steam ahead down the left flank. Nice and easy for the goalkeeper. Fernandez. James looks to the other side. Fernandez. Moved on forwards. Caicedo. Fernandez. João Pedro. Fabian Ruiz with the challenge, and he has given away a free kick. James. Caicedo. Palmer. Fernandez. Fofana. And it's Cucurella. Fernandez. Caicedo. Pedro Neto is fouled. And no surprise, that's a booking. Well, the players are making their point, but the ref clearly isn't interested. He's waved them all away.
Yeah, well, they were exposed and vulnerable, and he knew he had to do something to prevent a goal now.
Pedro Neto. That's going to go a long way. It's a throw-in. James. So who's he picking out? James crosses. That's an excellent interception. Good chance here! Well, he should have done better, and he knows it.
Well, even for him, that may have been a touch ambitious.
And it's played forward. Bocora. Kvaratskhelia. Now this could be a chance. Fernandez. Fofana. Chalobah. Caicedo. Caicedo forwards and with intent. Kvaratskhelia. Hakimi. The ball is loose and the chase is on. Out to the right. Oh, he'd have done well to reach that. Caicedo. Fernandez. Fernandez gently done. It's run loose here. Yeah, that does look a foul. Referee's given a free kick. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. João Neves.
Kvaratskhelia. James.
Pedro Neto.
Caicedo. Fernandes. And it's Caicedo.
Oh, sweet feet.
Barcola wins the duel this time. João Neves.
Fabian Ruiz.
It's an inviting looking ball that.
Pedro Neto.
Caicedo. Cucurella. João Pedro. Oh, it's come loose.
João Pedro really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
Marquinhos.
João Neves. Barcola.
And here's Dembele. It's Dembele!
Fofana. Fernandes. Kovo. Caicedo. James. Fernandes. Fofana. Palmer. And it's Cucurella.
Oh, lovely feet. He is such a good mover.
Palmer.
Ball comes in. Zabani with the clearance.
Great defending, strong and determined. Oh, that's not going to find its target.
Shapes to shoot!
That's a half-decent try.
James with the short one. Looking for a decent ball in.
Caicedo.
James. Oh, it's played into the area. Zabani attempts a clearance.
It's Caicedo.
Caicedo played into space. Fabian Ruiz.
Kvaratskhelia.
Hakimi.
Kvaratskhelia. Barcola.
Cross it goes. Cleared without complication.
Cucurella. Palmer. Chalobah. Caicedo.
Aim forwards.
Kvaratskhelia.
Barcola. Pressing's intense, and it's paid off.
Fofana.
Hakimi cuts out the pass. Marquinhos. João Neves.
Kvaratskhelia.
Out towards the flank. Showing good feet. A chance to play it in. Kvarak, there's the shot! Here's a chance!
Fabian Ruiz just can't be faulted for taking on the opportunity. That sort of distance is usually up his street.
It's really well cleared.
Caicedo. James. Colwell.
Palmer chasing after it.
He expected better, and so did he.
Fabian Ruiz.
Barcola.
Good defending there. They've slammed the door in the faces of the opposition.
Palmer. Cucurella. Fernandes. Palmer. And it's Cucurella. Fernandes. Caicedo. Fernandes.
Pedro Neto. Moved on forwards. Pass is intercepted.
Chalobah. Fernandes. Cucurella. Palmer. Fernandes.
Fabian Ruiz gets rid without sophistication. Throw it.
And steps in, and that's the end of that.
Palmer is sporting a guilty look after that.
Encouraged the pass with an intelligent run, but the pass just lacked pace.
Marquinhos. Hakimi. Fabian Ruiz. And it's Dembele. Steaming on goalwards.
Cucurella. Palmer. Fernandes. Caicedo.
Caicedo head out towards the right wing. It's really well manoeuvred.
Savani. Nuno Mendes.
Scalia. João Neves.
Barcola.
Oh, good spread. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest.
Cucurella. Palmer. Fernandes. James.
Pedro Neto.
Caicedo.
And here's Neto. He's got options in the box if he gets his head up. Tacho with the clearance.
Nuno Mendes. Savani. Nuno Mendes. And it's Hakimi. Scalia.
Cucurella can get it clear. João Neves has it back and can go again.
Caicedo.
Looking here to chip it through. Oh, it's Palmer.
Fernandes. Cucurella. Oh, Red, nice interception. Hakimi. Barcola. And it's Hakimi. Nuno Mendes. And here's Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. And here's Dembele. And a shot! He couldn't get hold of it. James. Trying everything to subdue him here.
Well, learning from your mistakes and not repeating them is never completely guaranteed, but that rear guard is more focused on him now.
João Pedro. Played out to the right. Looking to go deep. Brilliantly played. This has been well intercepted. Caicedo. Now it's João Pedro. Pedro Neto. Just deflected over the goal line for a corner. Is there, and he can get that clear. And here's Fernandez. Palmer. Much well pitch, and he shoots!
That's a decent try when you consider the run.
Fabian Ruiz. Mendes. And here's Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes tries a cross. Real chance! Good trying. The outcome could certainly have been different.
Well, he doesn't need a second invitation, even from that range.
Trail, and time is ticking away. Palmer. Fernandez. João Pedro. Caicedo. It's a delicate pass. And that pass just didn't quite work. Marquinhos played over towards the opposite flank. Nuno Mendes.
Dembele really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
James, and it's played forward. Colwell. Barcola. Nice touch. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. And here's Dembele. Dembele hits it!
Dembele really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
Can he get onto this? Fernandez. Caicedo. James.
Now it's Pedro Neto.
Fernandes. Caicedo. James.
That's tidy. And here's Neto.
Caicedo. Fernandes.
Skill approach does pay off here.
Barcola.
Barcola. Kvaratskhelia tries a measured ball. No, not quite on the same wavelength. Colwell forwards and with intent. Played through for the wide man. Pedro Neto. Hit into the middle. And that has been cleared. Marquinhos. And he goes cross-field. Nuno Mendes. Skims one in. Barcola takes a shot!
Well, that was well positioned and well pitched. They can't hurt with their backs to go.
Fofana shifted upfield.
Fernandes.
Aim forwards. That's Cucurella. It's a little off target. Fabian Ruiz.
Nuno Mendes.
João Neves.
Barcola.
João Neves. That's a throw. Fabian Ruiz. Oh, a delicate chip through. Fernandes gets good distance on it. Colwell. It's a true heavyweight clash.
Well, with nothing resting on this, Peter, I'm hoping that there'll be more impetus for the players to just enjoy the game with the pressure off, try out a few different things, and we get something open and free-flowing.
Action has already started. Jim, who do you reckon is pivotal?
Well, Peter, I think we're going to be seeing an awful lot of the player Pedro Neto because he's so quick and agile, and his ability to twist and turn at top speed really does give him the edge in those crowded areas. I think he'll be his team's go-to guy when they're looking to counter too.
Well, quite no argument from me on that one. It's Ruiz. That's a dangerous ball. João Pedro. Palmer. He's in a great position here. Kvaratskhelia. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. João Neves. Hakimi goes for a shot! Oh, it was a decent attempt at the end.
You really could have done with engaging those crosses much higher up the pitch there. This isn't good defending.
Chalobah. Caicedo. Aim forwards. Pass intercepted. Zabani. Zabani forwards and with intent. Fabian Ruiz shifted upfield. Dembele. Oh, good spread. Played into the middle. Colwell attempts a clearance. That'll be a throw-in. James. Pedro Neto. He is just caressing the ball. Tacho with the clearance. Dembele. Hakimi. Barcola. Nice physical challenge. Chalobah. Fernandes. Cucurella. Palmer. Fernandes. Caicedo. Caicedo, gently done. Marquinhos. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. And he goes cross-field. Well, that had the makings of something quite promising, but it's fizzled out into nothing. And it's Neves. Incoming delivery. Big chance! It's a loose ball.
I think that's great defending. He just made sure he was in the right place to block it. And I bet you the keeper's very relieved.
Fernandes. João Pedro. Caicedo. Out to the right. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto. There are a few waiting for it. And it's played in here. It's a clearance, but not much of one. Looking for a decent ball in. Barcola. Chalobah. Cucurella. Cucurella chooses to go cross-field. Pedro Neto. This is not, that's a foul. Well, that looks like a final warning, still no card. That has been knocked clear. James with the short one. He's got options in the box if he gets his head up. And it's Fernandes. And here's Dembele. Lovely bit of skill. Proves too strong. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Fabian Ruiz. Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia laid out to the left flank. Cleared away. Paris Saint-Germain have got it back and they'll have another go. Tries a measured ball. Pedro Neto. Zabani. Hakimi. Barcola. Kvaratskhelia. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. Scalia. Applies the finish! And that's off target.
Scalia probably should have taken a breath and looked for runners. It helps to put your head up from time to time, Peter.
James. Pedro Neto. James. Palmer. Palmer, who's hurtling down that left-hand side. And it's Cucurella. Can he deliver? He's got to be... Can he finish? Split-second reaction.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played.
They've played it short. Cucurella. And here's Dembele. And that's a fine challenge. Pedro Neto. Fernandes. Palmer. Cucurella. Palmer. And it's Fernandes. James. That's a cute ball. Mendes attempts a clearance. Good ball, good take. Caicedo. Pedro Neto. Now who's going to be first to this? Caicedo. He's having a shot!
Caicedo made it all look so simple there before he invited his own complications. Down, but they'll need to do that pretty quickly. It's composure from here.
Fernandes. Palmer. Oh, lovely feed. He is such a good mover. That's the throw. And it's Fernandes. And here's Palmer. Aimed in towards the centre. And here's Palmer. And here's Fernandes. Palmer. Oh, it's played into the area. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. The finish!
It's off target and by quite a way. And it's played forward. Cucurella. Deflected behind for a corner kick. That was nicely by the defence. Palmer. Back into the middle. Cucurella hangs one in. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. Nuno Mendes. It's Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz! Oh, terrific save from the keeper.
Fabian Ruiz really must be thinking what he has to do to score there.
Defending of the desperate variety.
Cucurella.
Palmer. João Neves cuts out the pass.
Really are pushing their fullbacks forward now.
Aiming to do what?
Well, it's a case of engaging your opponents further up the pitch to take the sting out of opposition attacks. It's effectively a wide press.
Tries a deft little ball. Well cut out. No margin for error there at all. João Pedro.
Now here's a good battle, bicep to bicep. And here's Palmer.
Fernandes.
Now it's Palmer. Oh, sweet feet.
Caicedo. Right, great ball here.
And the shot! Well, that is asking for trouble. Really well manoeuvred.
Cola. Fofana.
Time and again they are repelled.
João Neves.
Down already, a nightmare start. And he's certainly caught him there. It's a free kick. And the ball's done its job. And the ball's come loose here. Fabian Ruiz. It's Mendes. Succumbs to the pressure. James. Colwell.
Drifted upfield. James. Palmer. Cucurella. Palmer. And he's on a charge. Palmer. So who's he picking out? Cucurella crosses. And he's there to get it away. That's been won straight back. James. Fernandez. Caicedo. Fofana. Cucurella. They get a throw in. Hakimi. Hakimi slipping down that right flank, showing good feet. And it's Neves. Chooses to go back. Ruiz. Neves, straight out towards the right wing. Chance to play it in. Cross from Hakimi. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Cross goes in there. Fernandez. Caicedo. João Pedro. And he's there to clear it. Oh, easy pickings there. Neves. Neves. Alcola. And he really went all the way.
Well, that was certainly impressive, Peter. Great run, just a shame the finish let him down.
Fabian Ruiz plays it short. Shot!
Skelly, he was a little selfish there, but I don't think it was a bad attempt.
Fernandez. Pedro Neto. Caicedo. Into the proverbial cul-de-sac there. Cucurella. Fernandez. Great chance!
surely did. I think they need a replay on that one.
In a trace. Kvaratskhelia. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest. Cucurella. Fernandez. Plenty waiting in the middle. No way through, so back it comes. Palmer. And here's Fernandez. And here's Palmer. Caicedo. And here's Fernandez.
Well, that's good defending. He squeezed the play and he gave him no chance to get on the toe.
Does pay off here. Pedro Neto. João Pedro. Fernandez. Caicedo. James. And here's Neto. Oh, that's neat. To go deep. Clear away. Hakimi gets good distance on it. Cucurella. Palmer. Cucurella. Caicedo. It's run loose here. Savani. Gently done. Kvaratskhelia. Pedro Neto did just about enough to come out on top there. The party overly willing to compromise. Pedro Neto looking to get on the end of this. Great defending, strong and determined. Fabian Ruiz aimed forwards. Dembele. Nuno Mendes. Kvaratskhelia. And here's Dembele. Spread out to the left. Nuno Mendes tries a cross. And they've got rid. It'll be a throw-in. Now then, the ball's come loose. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves, who does have an assist to his name. Barcola. Fofana.
Paris Saint-Germain have turned up with a human blockade. This is top defence.
That's going to go a long way. Savani gets it back and can go again. Nuno Mendes with the cross. Caicedo. James. Colwell.
Pedro Neto.
Cucurella. Fernandez. Played cross-field, changing the point of attack. James. Caicedo. Fabian Ruiz. Scalia. And it's Hakimi. Barcola. Takes a shot! Good strike, quite an alarm. Caicedo. James. Pedro Neto. Now it's João Pedro. Played out to the right. And here's Neto. James. Shot, surely! João Neves. And it's Palmer. Fernandez. To make in the face of danger that was growing. Mendes. Hakimi. João Neves. Fabian Ruiz. And it's Mendes. That's a nicely weighted pass. João Pedro. Fernandez. And it's played forward. Played towards the other side. Palmer. Cucurella. João Neves wins the duel this time. Fabian Ruiz. Scalia. Moved on forwards. And here's Dembele. Comes under pressure and it's come loose. Colwell. Colwell forwards and with intent. And it's James. James. He can run onto that. Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto with the delivery. Scalia. João Neves. And here's Dembele. You can get that clear. It's a throw-in. Intercepts the throw. That's well read. Barcola. Fabian Ruiz. Mendes. That's nice. Fabian Ruiz. Has a shot! Palmer. João Pedro. Out to the left it goes. He's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with. Colwell. Caicedo. Pedro Neto. Still a little short of forward momentum, lacking thrust. Hakimi. Savani. Fabian Ruiz. And it's Mendes. Mendes going full tilt down the left. throw-in. Here comes another. It's a mighty effort! That needed to be better, and he knows it.
But you see what a difference it makes to have so many runners into the box. It makes life so much harder for that defence.
Correa. Palmer. He's taken out. That'll be a foul. Marcola gets his final warning.
Yeah, and he has to change his ways, or this referee could soon change his status.
Palmer. Fernandez. João Neves. Marcola. And it's Mendes. Mendes looking to penetrate opposition lines. Delivered in. He's cut it out. Palmer. Correa. Needs a bit of penetration to go with all this possession. Palmer. Now he's wondering who wants it. Can he get onto this? Palmer. Fernandez. Dembele. And it's Dembele. Scalia. Nuno Mendes. And he's got his cross in. Pedro Neto. Colwell. Caicedo. James. There will be a throw-in. Fabian Ruiz. João Neves. Kvaratskhelia. Pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Fofana. Good spell of possession this, but very little to show for it. Correa. Palmer.
Well, what we're seeing here is a recipe for winding up your supporters. They're over-elaborating on the ball when someone should be taking responsibility to release it forward. You can sense the frustration all around.
Pacho. Fabian Ruiz. And it's Mendes. Fabian Ruiz. João Pedro. Clipped into space. Now it's Palmer. In with the challenge. Palmer showed plenty of zest in getting to the ball, but couldn't quite sort it out. Hakimi. Hakimi carries the ball down the right. Palmer too strong for his opponent there. He's going to be disappointed with that. Fabian Ruiz. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Nuno Mendes. Caicedo. James. Chalobah. That's really well manoeuvred. And it's Cucurella. Thinks one through. Palmer looking to run onto it. Mendes. Barcola. Here's a chance! Pedro Neto. James. Caicedo. And it's played forward. Tacho does really well to win the ball there. And it's Palmer. Fernandez done delicately. He's having a shot! And he thumps it clear. Oh, and they really should have been made to pay. Fernandez. Cross needs to be good. Savani clears it away.